gonna waste any time today, so let's fucking go.
Forget your staff priest. It's the only thing that will keep you alive.
What?
Sorry.
Wait, what are we supposed to do?
I don't.
Get the girls and get the shovel.
Fuck you, fuck Fred, and fuck 3D Realm.
Morning, Ty.
Hey, Fred.
Why do you look so moody?
It's Realms Deep. Time again. You know how this makes me feel. I don't know. I'm thinking about what happened last year. And this is what you wanted.
Don't kill me.
And I love all this. Like, this is amazing. Look at all this we built together. This got me a long way. But, you know, I feel like what did I pay for this? And, you know, I love all this stuff we have. I love drinking Boomer Juice with you. I love riding around in lawnmowers, and I don't want it to cost me my soul. So I don't know. What do you think I should do?
I think there's only one thing to do, Ty. I
What?
think you have to call Uncle Tim. That's the only way. He'll know what to do.
Okay, I'll try that.
All right. I have stuff to do here, so good luck.
Hello, this is Tim.
Hey Tim. Yeah, I'm just feeling.
Oh, Ty.
down about
Yeah,
what
don't-
happened to Mike last year.
Listen, don't stress over it. I think that if you go to him,
Yeah.
apologize, he sees that you are,
Yeah.
are sincere, he'll let it go. He's a good guy. We've known him for a long time. I think he'll be fine.
Right.
Just go to him and apologize.
Thanks, man. Thank you. I'll give it a shot.
No problem. Good luck. Bye.
Welcome to Realms Deep. I'm the Motherlode, Ty Brandon. This is Alec Pixie. This is 3D Realms, and let's kick this thing off. We've got a whole lot to show you today. It's what did you think of the Cultic trailer, everybody? Pretty great. No? Well, I hope you're ready to hear more about it because there's a lot more to come. We have so many awesome games to show you guys. We have a bajillion things, and we also have a ton of interviews with all the cool developers that we're talking to today. I'm stoked. I literally couldn't be more excited.
Are you excited to hear yourself talk more about them?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's about to happen.
Right now?
I mean, we can wait.
Do we really have to, do I have to watch them?
I mean, you can fucking leave.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah, let's go.
Come on.
Let's fucking do it.
Let's drink some boomer juice and see what happens.
Play the clip, Jahar.
Getting the meetings for Realms Deep, Fred and I initially had a disagreement, and in that I said that I think Turbo Overkill is probably the coolest looking boomer shooter on the market right now, and he was like, "Oh, you don't know yet about Cultic," and I was like, "Well, I mean, I've seen this, the post on Twitter, but like, what do you mean?" He's like, "Well, it's going to be a 3D Realms game," and that took me back for a second because I'm like, okay, so this is a pretty cool true, honest to goodness, graphically boomer shooter. How did this all come about for you? What was your inspiration?
Well, this shouldn't come as a surprise to pretty much anybody, but Blood was obviously a major inspiration for the game. I played, boomer shooters pretty much exclusively growing up. I inherited an old Dell Dimension 3200 from my dad when he moved on to bigger and better hardware, and that was just what we had. I remember starting with Dark Forces, moving on to Doom and Duke Nukem 3D and then Blood. And around fifth grade or so, when I was first getting into game development, of course, I was just doing 2D stuff in Game Maker 5, just using like sprites that I borrowed off of the internet. And but I was like, someday I'm going to make a game like Blood. Like everything about it really clicked with me. I've always been really into horror movies and like watching my dad play like Resident Evil and stuff like that growing up. And so I was like, no, I really want to make a game like this someday. And, you know, just I've tried it a few times here and there over the years and never really got the gameplay to click or never really got the art style to click. And then finally, like, I feel like I really like touched on something. Like I hit that an art style that really worked for me. And then I started like developing the crunchy audio and then putting the gameplay together. And then, of course, putting it on Twitter and then seeing all of the great responses and really just resonating with folks on there. And I was like, all right, this is it. I'm finally going to get to make this game that I've wanted to make for such a long time. And so that's kind of where it all started.
Coming from that background of, you know, growing up playing Blood and everything, did you envision when you set out to do this that you would also be publishing this under the 3D Realms flag as a, you know, build engine style thing?
Nope, that was probably the most exciting evening / morning of my life when Fred reached out and he was like, hey, let's have a meeting in the morning. And then, you know, so I get up at 7 a.m. because that's a convenient time in Denmark, apparently. Well, it was 7 a.m. here. I think it was closer to like middle of the afternoon there. And I have this meeting in the morning with, you know, this group that is, you know, not only responsible for, but also very familiar with like all of the games I played growing up. And, you know, they're, you know, veterans in the industry, and they're coming to me and saying that my game looks great and that I have all these great things to say about something. And, you know, I was coming from, before I started working on Coletic, I had like maybe like 900 followers on Twitter. I just kind of would bounce around from project to project and not really finding anything that really clicked with me or with my audience. And then to suddenly have 3D Realms reaching out and being like, hey, we want to make us a 3D Realms game. That was, it was very hard to go to my day job that day because I like couldn't sit down. I was so excited. And so it's a really exciting opportunity. And honestly, not trying to like sound too sappy or anything, but like, it's literally like a dream come true for me. Like my entire life, I have always dreamed about like making it in game dev, you know, like being a professional game developer and, you know, like being able to share my games with a wide audience. And now it's finally like coming to fruition a little bit. And some days I feel like I'm still pinching myself. Like I can't believe that Coletic has impressed upon so many people and that I get such positive reactions. And so it's honestly, it's still kind of crazy. And Realms Deep is I'm not even sure I'm ready for it. Like it's going to be something else. I'm really excited.
What's up, boomers? It's me, ya boy. You know, I'm not here to make any announcements today. Not here to shitpost. No memes. no new URLs, no trailer, no new games, sorry. And no Dusk on Switch yet. I'm here to do one very simple thing today, and that is to give away this NVIDIA RTX 3080 graphics card. Oh yeah. You know the drill. Hit the link, press some buttons, and good luck, motherfuckers. Enjoy the rest of the show.
It's happening. I've been playing a role for 10 long years. The good employee. Doing my best to live the company lie. 10 years of smiling, nodding, swallowing words when you just want to kick some teeth in. Until I learned to take that feeling, turn it inside out. Let it drive me. Every atrociously stupid piece of their cretinous corporate crap. We remember. Brigade remembers. Because someone's gotta make those imbeciles pay for their sins. Stop them, finally. You don't survive this long in enemy territory without learning how they think. You don't fight the company face on. It's too big, too stupid, like attacking a jellyfish with a toothpick. You run with it, drive it closer to the cliff until the moment you can push it off. There's 1,000 of us activating right now. Getting ready to twist the knife, pull the trigger, press the button. It's time to shut this place down once and forever. There's a cliff out there, and it's coming closer. I can see the edge.
We copy.
All right, so we're here with Trunks of Devilated, and this is a particularly interesting game. It's not quite like anything else I've seen. I've been describing it as like a cross between Elderborn and something else. It's got Souls-like elements. It's got just really brutal, kind of gritty atmosphere. It's got enemies that come at you in hordes, similar to Doom. And it's got RPG elements in that you're, like upgrading your character and you're buying items and managing an inventory. And it's so much. And can you put it into words, like how you came up with this crazy idea for this game?
Well, it started years ago as, Serious Sam came into inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to create Serious Sam and Doom fast-paced game along with some RPG elements like from Resident Evil 4 and Diablo. So I sort of see all the games trying to do the randomly generated maze level.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to do some sort of old school and RPG thing with fixed levels, maze-like, and also some RPG like inventory and abilities upgrading and everything.
Yeah.
So that's the duration for Devilated.
It's quite an undertaking to make a game that looks and feels this huge. I mean, this feels like a game that was made by a giant studio. And it's just, is it just you? Do you have a whole team behind you? What can we expect? Like development time, you just hit early access. Like this is going to be a long-term thing, or what are you thinking?
Well, I started when I started years ago. It was a very small project,
Mm-hmm.
and it was not big. And I'm the only one working on it. I was an artist back then. I got wrapped into game development with this game. So basically, this is my first serious game, and after years and years, I just go around with it, trying to push it and iterate, make iterations to make it better. At some point, I just decided that I need to finish this and quit my job, and decided for 1 year to, kind of push it into early access. And right now, I think I will need to just balance and do every sort of policing and listen to feedback. And after that, I will get released into the wild and whatever.
Well, I've really enjoyed the early access so far, and I can't wait for more people to check it out. So without any further ado, let's get this trailer rolling.
All right, I hope everyone enjoyed that awesome trailer from Devilated. That was like really cool interview to do. We've got so much more going on right now. We have the Supercut coming up really soon that's going to show you guys all the amazing trailers that are going to actually be coming out in the vault tomorrow. Really want to put a spotlight on all of those guys. We also have to acknowledge the fact that Dave Oshry is giving away a, what is it, 3080? Fred, do we have anything to give away?
You giving away a 3080?
No, Dave Oshry.
Holy shit.
You're not paying.
What does he want with that?
I'm trying to get a hold of those. And...
He's like trying to outdo us, I think.
All right.
What do we
look
have?
at this right here. This bad boy right here. It has 3080 different games on 3080 different consoles. Like right
3080?
here, for instance, I'm going to play a little bit of 1942.
3080, I think he means.
Fred, you do realize we're live.
We're live.
What?
We're on the air.
Oh,
can't just...
Speaking of games, we also have a special announcement.
Right, we
Alex,
do.
Who are we having an announcement with?
Someone called Saber.
Interactive?
Well, yeah, I would hope so.
Oh, this is why I had to talk to Tim Willits the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
What do you think it was about?
I don't remember. I was drunk.
How drunk were you?
Not
drunk enough? Okay.
Are we just going to play it?
Are we allowed
Anyway, we have all sorts of other cool stuff coming up from Hellforge Studios as well, so keep your eyes on the camera and enjoy the show. Okay, so we are here today to talk about the acquisition between Saber and 3D Realms and Slipgate Ironworks, and this is a really interesting situation because, first of all, it became public before we're saying this right now, and a lot of people have been asking a lot of questions, and you know, there's some concern to it. But this is like a new horizon for both of you guys, and I'm curious. First of all, Tim, like what does this mean to you? Like, what is acquiring 3D Realms? What are the opportunities that this opens up on your end and from your perspective?
Yes, that's a great question. You know, we're very excited about this opportunity. Now, one thing to keep in mind with our acquisitions at Saber and kind of within the Embracer Group is we look for studios and teams that are entrepreneurs. They've shown success. They know how to work independently. They have a great roadmap and track record. And you know, we worked with Slipgate on a few things already. We worked with Frederick for a while. You know, we like the management there. We like the teams. We like what they've already done. Yes. So you know, so we bought into Frederick's vision for where he can build his company, and we want to be there to support him. But part of what we do at Saber is when we buy a studio, we do not come in and change the culture. We don't come in and make Saber rules and all that stuff. So, you know, we want to support Frederick, his team, his partners, and then help him grow the business. That make sense?
Yeah, I like the idea of saying you bought into the idea in his vision, and that, to me, that says a lot, because a lot of people are definitely afraid in a situation like this. Like, oh, you know, like now corporate dad is going to come in and, you know, spank all the children and put us all in line, and obviously, you know, we're just hooligans and we're fucking around. So
yes, yeah, that's always the case. Every time someone purchases another studio, the employees are like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? You know, are we getting paid the same way? Are we still going to have free drinks in the break room? Yes, that stuff will not change. You know,
you get free drinks in the
activity. Yeah,
that's we can afford that now.
yes, but it is important to note that the culture and personality of the games that you all have worked on and the games that you are going to work on in the future, you know, though that will not change. We're not going to change that personality and culture of the games or the team.
Fantastic. So
yes,
the obvious turnover here is to say, Fred, what does this mean from your perspective? Because this is something you've been pursuing for a long time. It's a totally kind of out of left field as far as, you know, I'm concerned. I'm kind of new here and everything, and I didn't see this coming. But obviously, you know, you have
your reasons for doing this and for pursuing this whole thing. And I think that it would mean a lot to the fans to kind of hear where this comes from and what you think this is going to do, not only for your employees, but also for the fans of 3D Realms and Slipgate.
Absolutely. Up until this point, Slipgate and 3D Realms were actually pretty small. We've always been a locally a very small and centered team. We have a much larger team sitting around the world, but we always try to keep the core group pretty small, especially the core creative visionaries between the different things we do. We reached a point in 3D Realms and Slipgate where we have currently 12 active projects. And that's about what we can handle at this point. And we reached a moment some time ago where we started discussing, what is necessary for us in order to truly fulfill kind of our dream and vision for this. And at this point, we couldn't really move much further than what we are now. And in order to grow to where we want to be, and continue making more of the games that we like to make at the quality level that we're aiming for, we needed a strong partner. There were actually not that many partners that we saw as a better fit than Saber. It's not a secret that the DNA of what we do, especially at 3D Realms and Slipgate, resonate really well with the DNA where Tim comes from, and Todd and Jason and the rest of the guys at Saber. And Saber also made some of our favorite games. So we already worked very closely with Saber. We knew the management really well. And for us, it was pretty much a no-brainer. When we started discussing this as an opportunity, maybe it's the right time to kind of start working together towards an acquisition. We couldn't think of a better place for us to be, because this allows us to do what we're already doing, but at a much grander scale, at much higher quality, without sacrificing that independence that Tim also talked about, which is so important for studios like us and for studios like Saber. You want to make sure that you keep the culture that makes Slipgate, and that makes 3D Realms 3D Realms. And I understand why you have those people who think big corporate comes and does a takeover, and what does that mean for all of the smaller developers. And that's not going to change from 3D Realms and Slipgate. We're already working with a range of fantastic small developers, and we're going to help them make great games, and that's part of our continued strategy as well. But this also allows us to do much more than that. It allows us to do bigger games if that's what we want to do. It allows us to do much more with the smaller games that we're already working on. And by having someone like Tim and Todd and Jason and Andre and the rest of the team from Saber as our advisors is only a huge benefit for us, because they help shape an industry that we grew up with. You and I we played the same games as kids, and many of those games Tim had a hand in. So this was pretty much a perfect match for us.
Well, as long as there's free snacks. Thank you guys. This has been really cool, and I'm looking forward to what you guys do together, what we all do together, and the rest of Realms Deep today. So, thanks, Tim.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right, so we're here with Trunks of Develated, and this is a particularly interesting. Bridge Burner is here. He's not ready, but he has to be because we're already recording. Haha. Dude, you have so many things that are being kind of, there's a culmination today of what is Hellforge Studios. What are all these crazy games we've been hearing about? And why are so many of them in the Doom engine? And I want you to answer all of these questions and more, and you have 2.5 minutes to do it. Go.
All right, so yeah, this is definitely a bit of a coming out party for Hellforge Studios, which is a game development and publishing studio that I've just started, and yeah, it's something that popped into my head a little while ago. Experiment with the idea, get some Doom projects, just do mods in a group and try and promote them, and it's grown to become more primarily focused on actual new game development. And what better thing to show off than what can be done in the GZ Doom engine, which is what Age of Hell is in. So I'm intimately familiar with, and almost accidentally initially, but there's definitely a focus now on helping promote games made in that engine.
That was way faster than I thought. We still got like 2 minutes to go. Let's talk about Age of Hell. This has been going on for quite a long time, and you are one of these rare developers who's just willing to show off every step of the process. I am obviously a huge fan of your stream. A little too much sometimes. It ruins my workflow. But, for the people who have not heard of the project up until right now, what can we tell them to expect?
Yeah, so again, kind of like the concept behind Hellforge Studios, Age of Hell was originally a Doom mod that I was making in the spare time. I've been dabbling with it for over a decade, on and off, just as for fun. But 3 years ago, after a very long break from any kind of dev work, any mapping, I resurrected the project, got involved in the Doom community, started sharing screenshots, and got some good feedback. So I thought, fuck it, let's keep pushing this along. And then I met other people who can help out, bringing assets, creativity to the project, and it's grew into a standalone element. And then it's like, well, why don't we just turn it into a game? So now it's a huge team, and I'm immensely thankful for the people that helped me out with it. But what to expect? It does wear its heart on its sleeve. It's got its Doom roots pretty front and center, but it also brings a lot of modernity to proceedings. Lots of new mechanics, new visuals, very, very large, intricately detailed maps made by some of the finest mappers in the Doom community. I'm very excited to show it off, and it's going to be good.
And shout out to the Mr. Cat and Primeval above all else.
Yep, those two in particular, absolute workhorses and awesome people.
And so are you, but we should show people the trailer right now.
expansion has worked tirelessly to create Selaco, a viable space for humans to flourish here on Mars. Welcome to your new home.
Right? Here goes. Right.
Slots are now open on the Coalition Circus Collective. New members are needed to help fully unlock our new planet's potential. Discover the Martian wilderness today.
Let's see what we got.
Bye for me if you want to live.
Door number 1. So you're the one making all the fuss.
This place. This house. It's unfamiliar. Yet it feels like home. I cannot leave. She's calling for me.
Monsters in my head.
They have waged war on themselves in the name of power and greed. They have forsaken everything they have been given. And now the time of judgment has come. You are part of an ancient bloodline as old as time itself created to defend them. You were given a life, love, family. But will this give you the strength to save it? Many have come before you and fallen. This is not the first time we have seeded your world, but will it be the last? Over time, your bloodline has become frail and weak as my overlords have grown stronger. Your defeat is inevitable, and soon your bloodline and this world will be doomed.
Welcome, Foamy. It is so great to finally get a chance to speak face to face through the internet, of course. I am stoked about your game. I just got to play the amazing demo that you sent me, and I couldn't be more ecstatic. I'd like for you to have a chance to just kind of like pitch what you're doing and everything, but the first thing I got to do is say you're tapping into a whole new genre here. This is a very, very interesting way of expanding upon what we've seen with Devil Daggers and also with Crossbow Blood Knight, the single player arena shooter. This might be a new era for boomer shooters and for gaming in general. How does your game stand out in your mind?
Well, you know, I was a big fan of Devil Daggers, and I loved also like Doom 2016, the areas that they kind of locked you in with all the demons. So I grew up on like Unreal Tournament and, you know, since the original Doom. So I remember just kind of, there was a certain feel of control. It was fast, it was furious, lots of shooting. And with today's modern improvements, I thought, man, it would be really kind of neat to do like a modern version of like a sort of a old classic style feel where I kind of pull things from a lot of the games that made FPS what it is. So I took those things, put them in a pot with some other elements like totems. I have some really interesting mechanics and stacking and layering, the way things work together. I mean, it's kind of hard to do a really quick elevator pitch with Unleash Hell, and I think that the people who have played it a little bit will start to understand how difficult it is to kind of just give you a 30-second pitch on what it is, because it's really deep. There's a lot to it, but it's a hell of a lot of fun. It's like Devil Daggers on steroids. If they took it like, you know, 900 miles further than they did, which obviously Devil Daggers was amazing. But if you just kind of took it that extra 10 miles, that's kind of where I'm trying to go.
The other thing that I wanted to touch on with you was, what's it like working with Hellforge Studios? This is a whole new thing. It's very, very, very new, very in the early stages. But the group that Bridgeburner has managed to build around himself is quite impressive, and you being part of that, I have to imagine you've got some insight on it.
Yeah, Bridge is great. I mean, this guy really has talent to build some fantastic maps, and he's just got an energy about him, and he's got a kind of a spirit about him that really, he seems like a great guy to work with, and so far he has been. So when he kind of approached me with the idea of Hellforge Studios, I was really intrigued. But there were a lot of kind of questions I had, obviously, as an independent developer. That is this kind of are we just exclusively married type of thing? Is this a contract type of thing? Or because obviously as a young developer, we still want to be able to, shall I say, get the best deal that's coming out, right? So it's more of a coalition at this point, where we all work together to try and get the same goal. Like, for instance, we'll help each other, talk to each other, and it's really kind of under one roof at this point. It's still very early on, so you never know. I mean, at some point, Hellforge could start doing actual contractual publishing and stuff. But for now, it's just starting baby steps, which I think is really smart, and that excited me. So I really wanted to be a part of it.
I'm really excited to see what you guys do together, and I'm very excited to see this amazing stuff that you come up with for Unleash Hell. It's going to be fantastic, brother. Okay, we got Mike and Steven here from Relentless Frontier. This is a really fucking cool game built in the GZ Doom engine. We're going to see a whole lot of that throughout the show today. What can you tell us about Relentless Frontier so far?
All right, so far, it is a GZ Doom project that we are attempting to focus on quick gameplay combined with using the right tools for the job, and a bit of ammo balance to make sure that you can't just, shucks. It's interesting explaining the game before it's completely done. We do know which gameplay loop we're going for. We're trying more for the inspired by kind of Resident Evil 4, combined with the Shadow Warrior remake, where melee is important to weave in with ranged combat. Different weapons have different functionalities that will be dealing with certain enemies, kind of like a rock paper scissors sort of thing.
Yeah, with the Resident Evil 4 reference there, I can definitely see that dealing with hordes, that's a huge part of your game, is just like kind of hordes of similar enemies. And then I imagine on the programming side, Steven, that you have to deal with, making them not all attack at once, like having some sort of...
Oh, man, they were bonkers in the beginning.
Yeah.
But yes, so making them not basically fly around was a little... It wasn't hard, it was just it's crazy. And all of their attacks just sort of they came together basically on accident, and it was beautiful, and I loved it. And they're my pride and joy in the project so far.
And this is another of many Hellforge Studios projects that we're introducing here today. What's it like working with that group of people? Because it's an amazing group. Bridgeburner's been putting together damn near all the best people. And I thought originally it was just going to be GZ Doom projects, but even Foamy's popping in, Devilated. This is so cool. What can you tell me?
I've been pretty damn helpful, honestly. Trying to help organize everyone's projects, making sure no one's kind of left behind, doing some collaborative efforts with, say for Relentless Frontier, we're putting posters in the game of other people's projects, disguising them as metal bands for a bar. For bar posters, and anytime we need any kind of help, Bridge has had a lot of info for us. So friendly, nice.
It's
net positive.
It's really cool to see you guys having a tribe. We're all working together towards the same goal, and high tide raises all ships. So let's roll that trailer. Well, I hope no one has a case of the head crabs after that last trailer. But I am joined now by the wonderful and awesome Fred Schreiber. I'm Alec Pixie, and I'm known to shear shamblers at some point. But Fred, you had some stuff you wanted to talk about. We've seen a lot of cool stuff from 3D Realms today. Can you tell us like what we've seen so far, such as Cultic, and also what's coming up?
Absolutely. Yeah, Cultic. First of all, holy cow! Jason Smith have done an amazing job with this. This chunky blood, as someone said. You know, we've all been wanting to play what would essentially be a spiritual successor to one of the best shooters ever made, and Jason is working on his own little universe here with Cultic. So finally, we get to kill some cultists again. And yeah, the game is the latest in the range of 3D Realms games, and we're incredibly excited to be working on it with Jason and turn this into an absolute fantastic game. Next up, we also have a little bit to show from two games that some of you already know. First of all, Graven, and then Iron Fury. As you know, we released Graven in early access a few months ago, and we have gotten a tremendous amount of fantastic feedback. Graven is a very special game for many of us, and it's a game that has so much to offer in its full version, of which you got a small little taste of in the first released version of the early access game. We have a little trailer to show of what's coming in the next update, and we're taking a little bit extra time because we got so much feedback and so much incredible advice on what we should and can do with the Graven universe that we hadn't thought about, that we're also working hard to put into the game to make it the best possible version of itself and to kind of fulfill its full potential. And then we also have a lot of cool things to show and share from Iron Fury Aftershock. So Jahar, take it away.
Go, Jahar!
it's me, Cthulhu Man, and I'm gonna give you the hook. You better watch out. Ah!
Hey guys, I'm the Space Bird Bounty Hunter Falco. Let me show you what I do. Turret down. Booby traps. Classic. That's one. That's two. Duck, duck. There went your head. Oh, baby. I know bird food. Ah! Kiss my tail feather. Hi-ya! Spinning talon kick. Whoa. Oh, make me want to shake my tail feather. Bird boogie oogie. Oh, hey, I'm in a trash can. First person shooter? I hardly know her.
Oh, the hook. Oh, the hook's in me. You better watch out. Ah. Oh. This. I shouldn't do this. The more I think about this one, the more I probably shouldn't do it. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna stop it here. Ow.
The Gaulian Empire flourishes. With all of the known world at peace, our people give praise to their Magi lords. It is by their grace that the Empire stands upon the threshold of a golden age of reason and enlightenment. Rejoice in the knowledge that their power has never been greater, nor the Empire more vital. Let there be no doubt. The world belongs to mankind.
la la la, la 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 la, la la la.
What a great friend you are!
The times of men are coming to an end. I am the new beginning. Humble yourselves and pray to your only rightful God. You may attain the honor to serve me for eternity. Do you think you can overcome me? There are things in this universe that are beyond your comprehension. Are you going to fulfill your destiny or die trying?
So, what can you tell me about Dead Game? This is such a cool experience for someone like me, and I'm sure a lot of other people involved in the Realms Deep community. We're massive Arena FPS fans, but your game has a totally different take on it. What is Dead Game?
So the idea behind that game is to combine the classic mechanics of Arena FPS and throw some adventure game and single player experience in the mix, because the difference is that that game is not actually a multiplayer game. It's a single player campaign that takes place in a fake multiplayer game that no one plays it anymore, because it's been 20 years since the peak of the arena shooter genre. So the only people left to play it are veterans or tryhards. And the main villain of the story is one of the tryhards that wants to have an actual player base. So to resurrect this dead game, he performs a necromancy and calls back from the grave a bunch of souls and forces them to play inside the arena. The kick is that the souls aren't actually interested in fighting the game inside the game, because they were enjoying their eternal rest, being dead people, as per usual. And let's say, what is a dead game? Another thing that I think sells the dead game outside of the spectrum of the arena shooter genre itself is the fact that it has more replayability, but in the sense that it's a single player campaign that has different branching stories that you can get depending on what you choose to do during the matches, because the matches itself, for the most part, do not have a streamlined experience. Like, the match starts, you have to get X score to win, and the match ends. I won't spoil it for people who haven't played yet, but there are a few surprises that can happen during these matches that will influence what you can do or what you cannot do, or what you can unveil about the whole backstory that surrounds the main plot of the game.
And how will non AFPS veterans like me and like Jahar and all these other people hanging around here, how will they enjoy this game?
I hope they will enjoy it for the single player aspect of it all, because it features, I know it will turn off some people, but it features quite a bit of cutscenes that explain the story and furthers the plots and introduces new characters and explain their motivations, or just set the tone for the match, for the chapter you are currently experiencing. So you play it for the story, and hopefully you stay for the game mechanics.
I hope that a lot of people play your game, and I hope to see them in a Warforged server someday in the near future, because I think that it will garner some attention. People who just enjoy the single player game will be like, what is this all about? And then we'll be like, Arena FPS will at least continue to have new players jump in, and I hope that they find a culture of gamer who is welcoming and willing to teach, instead of a lot of what we've seen in the past 20 years or so. So let's see that trailer. Let's get everybody hyped. Let's roll. Jahar, hit the button. And we're back. Yay. Okay, cool. So, Alec, sorry for stealing your identity. I know that's a huge crime, and I feel really bad about it, so I've reassumed my own identity. Is that okay?
This time. But if you do it again, I'm fucking gonna skin you alive.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll watch out for that. We got a lot coming up right now. In this next segment, we've got E1M1 coming up. We've got to give a big shout out to those guys, Zach Murphy and Jake Parr, who've done so much for Realms Deep this year and last year. And actually, Zach personally recruited most of the games that we're showing. This next segment is actually chock full of them. Really, really cool indie games, and I hope that everyone enjoys it. But is there anything else we're supposed to say? Am I freaking out right here?
You're freaking out.
Okay, what are we supposed to say?
I don't know. I'm also freaking out.
Okay.
Take it away.
Take it away, Jahar. Okay, so Orlando, we got to talk about Grim Curse. I really, really, really think that you're onto something here. We've talked to a lot of devs throughout the day, a lot of people being featured that have wild, crazy ideas for a different kind of game. And I think that Grim Curse, if I'm not mistaken, you started this off as a jam game where they were talking about cross genres. And what you came up with was half Pokemon, half Time Crisis set in the Indo-Chinese War. How did you come up with that? That's insane.
When you participate into jam games, you start to have all these crazy ideas just trying to fit into the theme of the jam. My team, we actually made plenty of jam games through the years. We made a little shoot 'em up. We made a little platforming game. We made plenty of little games while we were studying, because we were students at the time. And once we got to Grim Curse, we were actually a little stuck developing a little shoot 'em up game called Sucker Munch. We were planning to expand it and release it on Steam, but we got a little stuck, and we said, okay, let's break the ice. Let's do something different. So we went into the. We saw that there was this GitHub Game Jam coming. It was 1 month, gave us plenty of time. So we started to think about ideas because the theme itself was just genre smashing, like just mixed genres. That's actually extremely popular for jam games, like just making out a new genre or something like that. And that's how we came up with the idea, because my friend loves Time Crisis. I love House of the Dead. And although the game itself is not a rail shooter, it's more like a gallery shooter type of dog hunt game, that's pretty much how I came by it. Like, how do you play a gallery shooter with a more interactive experience, like a more immersive experience, without having to necessarily create so much art or surrender to a 3D environment like a rail shooter? And that's how we came up with Cream Curse.
I am really stoked about it. I enjoy it. I was just showing it to some friends before we recorded this who were also like super like, man, I can't wait till this comes out. So I'm stoked to see how people watching this thing react to it. I'm sure it's going to be pretty epic because there's just nothing else like it. You know, your artwork is amazing. Your concept is amazing. You know, it's like, literally, I said this earlier, it's like playing Pokemon and then suddenly you're in a gallery shooter, and that's just so weird and jarring and different and interesting. Let's see how people react to it.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jake the Voice Par, co-creator of E1M1 Magazine, the world's first old-school shooter publication. After 2 successful fundraisers, alongside much acclaim and constructive feedback from our supportive fanbase, we've been making some noteworthy changes to our new batch of issues. Each magazine will have new layouts created in-house by us, alongside adjusted word counts for a more digestible read and stunning cover art by talented artist Atomic Ranger. E1M1 Magazine is striving to once again deliver top quality previews, reviews, interviews, features, and fan art from the community, all of which will be available in physical and digital formats. Help us surpass our goal and we'll be able to release a bonus magazine, demo discs, and more. So if you're interested, be sure to back us, follow us on social media, share our fundraiser page around, and download a brand new free sampler from our website. Thank you very much for watching and for your support, and have a good one.
We got motherfucking Miko from maybe the best game ever made. I'm not sure. There's a lot of great games being shown off today at Realms Deep, but yours is like definitely one of my favorites. White fucking hell. I fucked you last year and I didn't feature your game in Realms Deep because I didn't know about it until literally a week after, and I felt like total shit. And I am so excited to finally get to show the whole world how awesome it is. Can you tell us just a a morsel of what makes White Hell so special?
Okay, so firstly, greetings perkele to everybody. So, in short, what is White Hell? You're some dude who wakes up in the apocalypse from his bathroom toilet and you start killing Nazis. Because, why not? Okay? I mean, they're the ones who are gonna kick your door in anyway, so serves them fucking right if you ask me. So, that's the lovely premise of the game.
There's so many cool things about it. There's like Finnish folklore, there's magic, there's really awesome, like obvious throwbacks to the build engine, which your game is made in Unity, but like just the humor and the style of storytelling, which is totally environmental, is like, this is like perfect. This is like, who fucking dreamt this up? Only the greatest genius in the world, which is you. And I mean, by you, I mean also ProJab, because he's probably the real genius behind this.
Oh, he's the genius behind coding and shit like that, you know. I'm just an artist. Well, okay, I'm a level designer as well. I'm the goddamn animator as well. Among other things.
You're easily one of the best like indie level designers I've come across. Man, your levels are sprawling and yet concise at the same time. Somehow that makes sense. Like I can easily navigate them. I know what I'm supposed to do, but like I can explore and find all these crazy secrets. I can go in the sewer if we want to piss off Civvy, like whatever the fuck I want. There's so much to offer here, and there's so many cool like little references to your culture that I feel like will go over most people's heads. But for me, man, a game referencing the Kalevala is right for me. So, and I hope it's right for a lot of other people.
Yeah, I hope so too. The Kalevala things, there might be a bit, people who don't know anything, who don't know much about it might be, of course, they might be like might be a bit lost maybe, but that's okay. Like I'm still gonna try my best and make sure that they know what's going on.
Well, let's just show people the trailer and see what they think.
Yeah, please enjoy.
Jahar, do the thing. Last I checked, have already beat your Kickstarter goal, which is fantastic. I've not seen anything blow up quite that quickly in a little while. It's been amazing seeing Cliffy B and John Romero touting about how awesome this documentary is going to be. David and Robin are here to talk about it. I want you guys to like kind of dive into what this experience has been like and what are your plans for telling the story of the genre that we're all pretty much here to celebrate today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was absolutely incredible to see, just like you, I'm still a kid at heart when it comes to this stuff. I'm still kind of a fanboy. To see John Romero touting us, Cliffy B, Scott Miller, Tom Hall, you just rattling off a who's who of legends, not only in FPS design, but in game design. If there's a Mount Rushmore of gaming, a lot of these heads are right on there. So it's been really, really cool to see. You know, it's one thing when you're sending emails. I mean, Robin knows this. It's one thing when you're just talking over email, like, hey, we're doing this. We hope you'll be involved. But then to see them excited about it, as excited as you are, is surreal. It's really exciting.
You brought up something there that I think is really important. And that's, this is an FPS documentary, but from the 90s on, the story of FPS is not just the story of video games, but the story of computer science in general and what can be done in engineering and entertainment. And obviously, I mean, our show in the Keep is just like been rattling upon this for a couple of years now. And I'm stoked to see this in a feature film. So David, what can you tell us about the logistics of making this kind of a film?
Well, I'll let Robin speak more to that, but what I can tell you is you hit the nail right on the head. Like when I hear In the Keep, I think of what I was doing as a kid. I was kind of in my gamer's keep, my PC case cracked open, wanting to put in the latest sound card from Creative Labs, you know, new video cards. Because FPS they're not just games, they're technology show horses, right? If you want to show off your latest PC build, you buy the latest Quake, you buy the latest Unreal, you bring your friends over and they're just like, I've never seen anything like this. And then next year you beg your parents for another $400 or $500 and you do it all again. Really, I think you're totally right. I mean, FPS games, they're not only fun, but you heard as much conversation around the engines, especially if you're talking about programmers like John Romero and John Carmack, Tim Sweeney over at Epic, about how the tech was going to drive the game design or the game design was going to drive the tech. There was a symbiotic relationship there that was as exciting for players as it was for the developers writing all this code and marathon crunch sessions.
You know, it's a huge privilege to be in a position where you can pull together the caliber and level of talent that we brought together for FPS. And all credit should go to David. I found out about David because of his book, Rocket Jump. He literally wrote the book on 90s FPS shooters. Originally, he joined my advisory team. We've been my company, Creative VC, has been very successful in, I suppose, pioneering what I like to call community-powered entertainment. So I don't really see ourselves in the film industry or in the TV industry. I feel like we're carving a brand new, unique niche. If you want to understand what we're trying to achieve with this documentary, the easiest way to think about it is the 3 C's. So the first C is curation. What gaming titles are we going to feature out of a 48-year history that are going to be the most pertinent for you to understand and go through the entire evolution of the genre? The second is commentary. It's our mission to bring the best, most charismatic experts on the FPS genre in the world together for the first time in history. That's what we've done. That's what we are continuing to do. We haven't finished lining people up yet. And the third C is probably the most important. It's community. This is all about backers. This is all about super fans of FPS. And, you know, we're not interested in the general audience. You know, we're not trying to compete with those wide-ranging sort of computer gaming documentaries. I believe there's a vacuum at the top of the food chain in terms of gaming entertainment, which is what we want to occupy. And we want to create something that's really going to indulge super fans of FPS. You know, we've got a 3-hour runtime. Our track record is our last 3 documentaries that have all been critically acclaimed are like 4.5 hours. And so we want to take that model, our previous success, and bring it over to gaming. And the FPS genre is the perfect place for us to start. And I'm so hyped. Just before we came online, we just crossed 500 backers in the first 3 days. So it's going great guns, but there's so much more we want to do. And if you support this project, we want to make you part of it. We want you to give the Blu-ray to your grandchildren. And that's how we want people to feel about this project.
Well, let's not forget the 4th C, which is now people need to see the trailer.
Yeah. To see the trailer. That's right.
Fingers on your triggers, and we all go home in one piece.
We're going deep, and we're going hard. Surely you can't be serious.
This is my serious face.
I vote for an airstrike, sir.
You ready for this?
We're moving your way.
I need a weapon.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Get into your suit now. You were born to do great things.
Now move it out! Double time! Ready for liftoff! Let's go!
I won't even know what hits up.
Let's rock.
Overkill. Killionaire. Slice and dice.
Prepare for battle.
Slay.
Godlike.
Double kill.
Oh, they're going to have to glue you back together.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Are you new here, sir?
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Trust me.
Suck it down.
Much better than the old wrench.
I could do this all day. One last mission. Come get some. Game over.
Hey, welcome back. Ah, man. Hang on one second, guys.
God damn it. Sorry.
It had to happen.
There we go. Yep.
I want to watch that documentary, honestly. Like,
It looks amazing.
so that's not Ty. As you can see, that's Ivar Hill. He has a very healthy core, and he is from Core Decay.
Yep. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Ivar Hill, creator of Core Decay. I know a lot of you are really excited about the potential Core Decay demo coming out. We're not quite there yet. It's still fairly early in development, but we do have a very exciting narrative trailer we're working on, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it very much.
Will we see that trailer soon?
You will see it right now.
Okay, good. You
Yeah.
can lower yourself again.
Take it away.
Oh, no.
We are at the precipice. As of 0600 hours, the last of the computers have been made operational. 10,000 units on standby.
Has the patterning taken place?
Not yet. There are safeguards, but primary transfer of computers will take place once the pathogen has been released.
Why not now? Why take the risk of waiting?
What we are doing No one else has ventured this far, past the threshold of comprehending our existence. We have a philosophical interest.
Philosophical? These are pragmatic matters.
At this point, there isn't truly a distinction, is there? Regardless, we do have practical concerns that need our attention. What of the facilities still in operation?
All deep sites are reporting successful de-escalation. Siversk is secure. A few locals remain. It appears in their desperation to survive, they have attempted to access the heat and water emissions of the complex.
Is this a concern?
They could never make it past the perimeter. And besides, the Reach will be killing them off within weeks. They'll be dropping like flies.
So be it then. What of Shenzhen?
Still in operation. The payload has been transferred on schedule and remaining work is being finalized within the week.
I suggest we terminate the staff. Secrecy is paramount, and I do not trust Talos security protocols.
I shall confer with Lee. I would surmise she rather disagrees with your viewpoint.
Clearly. And what is the status of the contingency plan?
All taken care of. A cryogenic vault at Site 43. All the necessary modifications have been made. The units are already en route and will be activated at the time of the all-clear.
I trust the units will be adequately protected.
You wanted the edge of the world. Antarctica will provide.
Excellent. It will be from there that our future will begin.
And theirs will end.
What do you do for a living, eh? Pump gas, count beans, clean a toilet, several toilets, flip burgers, work a wrench, ass warm an office chair, several office chairs. I kill shit for big swinging suit stuff fuck bags and keep my gob locked up as long as I get paid. Sometimes that shit's the fragile sad sack bootlicker corpos what ain't pay their junk tab. Sometimes it's downward spiral, slipgate reject bolt scum. Once there were like 5 or 6 ghosts. This time it's a bunch of broken AI murderbots gone arseward, done up in human faces and chewing their way through the corporation's bottom line with teeth on Mars. I shitting hate Mars. Nothing ventured, nothing gained though, am I right? It's Robopocalypse Year Zero, and I need that shitting paycheck, so let's venture! Daka 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 daka. One small step for humans, one giant paycheck for mama. Give this guy the slip up and over. Bangarang! Oh my.
Greetings, human mechanism. Your hesitation marks surprise. No concern. Kindly place me on...
What kind of freaky shit is this?
I'm a strength-augmented brute.
You've got a voice.
Wow! So do you!
Sassy. We're gonna be friends. How to add violence? At times like these, one wonders, is any of this real? What if this is some kind of simulation? Not the actual events of a real individual life, but instead some kind of brain case computer mock-up contractual catch-all clause in which... Bang, bang, bang! Daka, 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 bang, daka, boom! I'm the bad witch! I'm a goddamn shitting pretty hate machine! Eat it, eat it, eat it! Kablam! This boot was made for killing, and baby, Mama's got a brand new frag. Just buy the shitting game.
finish the job.
Hi everybody, I'm Daniel. For the past several years, I've been working on an indie game project called Inkeep. I've been assisted by John Helpart, who's contributed sound effects and an amazing musical score, and by Torgeir Fjorida, who's worked on some gorgeous character portraits as well as the fantastic box art. But what is Inkeep all about? Inkeep is a micro RPG experience where you run your own fantasy world in, serving a rotating cast of unique, handcrafted characters. Each character has their own background, preferences and dialogue, and their own secrets to discover. As the innkeeper, your challenge will be to make these guests comfortable, serving them their favourite food and drink, and sharing the various stories, rumours and jokes you learn over the course of the game. You want your guests to be comfortable, so they're less likely to notice just how carefully you're listening to their conversations, and just how closely you're assessing their belongings. And if they have a good enough time, well, they'll be fast asleep when you creep into their rooms at the dead of night, wiggling rings from their fingers, taking coins from the little hidden recesses inside their boots, rummaging through their backpacks. This is a game for people who'd like their RPGs with a little more drinking, creative cooking, eavesdropping, and larceny. We're really excited about the future of this game, and we're looking forward to sharing more with you soon.
Will you help me fly?
I don't know why we're doing this. Why are you here? Because I'm still mad at you about the fucking giant forehead meme. I was browsing through YouTube, and I forgot about that meme from last year, and then I was just browsing YouTube, and then one of your dev blogs came up, and I was just like, that motherfucker.
I'm just complimenting you. Like you're such a like forehead. You know, you know so much like about everyone, and you talk to everyone, so you build those kind of connections. You know, I'm complimenting you.
But this isn't about me, man. We're showing this awesome trailer for your game. Big announcement time. Things are heating up. How has the development of Limitless Hunger come along since the last time?
It's been limitless, to be honest.
Limitless. Okay.
It felt like hell, and it will be hell. Like what are you gonna see? But you may see even more than hell. So that's gonna be very interesting. So I hope you enjoy this. I hope you actually enjoy my trailer, Ty, because I'm gonna fly to America. I'm gonna give you a good hug. But expect non-stop action. Expect everything that you don't expect from any other game. And especially reviving like old games like Serious Sam and other genres like that. Like just imagine it being smashed together and enjoying them.
I'm super stoked, man. I mean, obviously, I've been following this game literally since In the Keep started. I mean, you were like the 6th or 7th or some really early on guest, like one of the first.
Yeah, I was still not in university, like,
and now here we are, and
yeah.
I think
I never expected us to be here.
All the people watching are about to be mind blown. So I hope they enjoy it.
Yeah, and I hope they enjoy it too. And follow his podcast, or I'll find you.
Well, it'll be like, I think we're gonna have like a lower third, like right here somewhere.
Yeah.
It says like inthekeep.com. But for the people watching and the people who are have been following the game for a long time, I think that this is going to definitely get you excited and make you feel like it hasn't all been for nothing. Because it's, as you said, it's limitless. But I think the amount of happiness that your game will bring to the world is also limitless.
Yes, it's a safe haven for everyone.
So, do we have a deal?
We're back, and it looks like everyone here is shuffling through the treasure trove of what awesome games we have, and also the literal treasure that we keep here in the studio, because Fred is rich as hell, apparently. I actually got the chance to take a ride in Fred's Ferrari the other day.
You did?
Yeah.
He hasn't taken me in it yet.
You know.
Dude.
Sorry.
Dude.
And anyway, we have this next segment, which is going to contain a lot of really cool games. One of them in particular that I think you'll like is a pretty sprawling experience. It's just something that I actually got to play before anyone else.
You get to play the games, you get to ride in the
News-
Ferrari.
Yeah, I get to do a lot of things that other people don't get to do, apparently, because, you know, I'm special. I'm just kidding, Alex, you're special too. But the main thing here is I want to shout out all of the wonderful people at In the Keep for me. All of these interviews that you're seeing were cut together by Vince Steele, Red Eyes Green Dragon, and Uncle Had. They've been absolutely fantastic. We have a lot of people to say thank to this whole time. There's so many people, so many moving parts just keeping Realms Deep going. And you included. You're a producer on the show.
Aww.
And also want to make a big special shout out to our director, Mr. Jahar over there, who is probably not going to acknowledge us, but anyway.
He is dead on the inside.
Let's get ready to rock and roll with some more trailers and some more segments. And 3 and a 2 and a 1, and take it away.
Why did you call your group mongrels? What do you mean?
All of us were like from a different story. And each of us had no homeland at that point. Me, as you know, I deserted the Wehrmacht in '44, but I've told you enough about me already. I don't really know if I would have made it if it wasn't for Avol, my friend from the army. That guy was a real deal. Huge, strong Silesian miner who was drafted into the Wehrmacht. He was a pain for any superior. More uncontrollable and rebellious than you can even imagine. But after we deserted, I believe he started to discover a sense, meaning in this war. Especially after we met Lucas. He was actually the first person who gave us some sort of direction. Lithuanian, sort of small-framed smuggler type with a huge heart. He was the one that dragged us into guerrilla combat against our previous superiors.
How did that happen?
We were on the run, without any destination. Then we had to stop in Panari where we met Lucas. Wait, have you heard about the massacre in Panari?
No.
You should read about that and what was happening in the East. That is, if you want to comprehend what I'm talking about.
We're here with John of the Shred. John, you are doing some really amazing shit, radio stuff, awesome music and everything for Happy's Humble Burger Farm. And I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about what goes into that production. There's some really cool cameos in there too.
Yeah, you among them, actually. There's quite a bit of cameos. It's one of the things I'm doing, I guess, casting. Got all these great voice actors from people that have been supporting us from day one, new friends as well. I also did TV programming, music, sound effects, story. We've got a 3-person team and a bunch of mercenaries, as we call them, and we all wear a bunch of hats. So me, Caleb, and Blake are all doing it. You know how small teams go. You got to accommodate everything that needs to happen. But it's always fun, and it's always rewarding, in my opinion, to be able to dip and weave out of different art styles. You can write a comedy skit for the radio, and then you can make some heavy metal, and then you can make some Boards of Canada music, and then you make kaiju screams for the boss fights. It's great. It's awesome.
You were telling me that you kind of try to do that on purpose. You're like, okay, I'm kind of burnt out on making the music right now, but I'll taking a break for you is not stop working. It's do a different type of work.
Yeah.
Come back to it. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think with musical instruments, as you learn new instruments, I feel like it strengthens your music theory across the board. Well, whatever subconscious music knowledge you have, however you play. And in the same way, I think game development, like even all the software, it's kind of arranged in a similar fashion. If you're using Unity or Adobe products or Ableton Live, which is the stuff I use to make music and videos and all that, it just strengthens your overall knowledge. And as a team, it also helps to have empathy for what they're doing, so you can help them in the best way. You never stop learning, but as you're saying, it's good to not be burnt out on one thing. You could jump over, to comedy or whatever, working with other people, bringing them in to collaborate, or working on your own and doing a 12-hour music session. It's always different.
Well, we've got a trailer for these folks to watch, so let's give them an idea of where all that hard work goes and what you guys have been doing for all this time. I'm really stoked about this game, and I can't wait for other people besides myself to get their hands on it.
アプリシエート。Have a happy humble day.
Well. Looks like someone's crashed their ship. They're stranded on an unknown planet, surrounded by enemies, and in desperate need of a gun. Vix Bentley at your service. The guns upgrade. Really did a number on those bots back there. Wasn't it? This is only the beginning of something bigger than yourself, and you will have your revenge.
Kairi, it's time to talk about Perish, the upcoming roguelite co-op FPS, developed by Item 42 and published by Handy Games. This is Pantheon, or what is left of it. Once an overground temple, it is now a necropolis dedicated to the damned and forgotten. It's a sanctum for uninitiated souls who dream of finding a path to Elysium and the tomb to which they return if their quest to find the afterlife ends violently. Guided, and frankly misguided, by the priestesses of Orpheus, you, as one of the Amietri, unable or unwilling to perform the Orphic trials in the mortal world, are fighting your way through Pantheon towards Elysium. The result is a never-ending battle amongst the dead. One and all aim to complete the 12 tasks of Purgatory, reliving the suffering of the Olympian god Dionysus in order to prove themselves worthy of the company of Orpheus. Most are doomed to meet their brutal end over and over, only to be forced to undertake the trials again from scratch. From melee weapons to firearms and divine lightning, Perish features a formidable array of weaponry to unlock and upgrade with hard-earned Danaki, snatched up from fallen foes. That being said, even with the mightiest ordnance, the hordes of the deceased are tough foes to deal with. Not to mention the various bosses, legends of the Pantheon they are, demigods hell-bent on denying the meek from ascending to Elysium. Let's just say, you don't want to be caught off guard by a literal moon, shattered into a million pieces, raining down on you. So what could be more effective in the blighted Hadean underworld than an immortal Ish warrior with heavy artillery? That's right, 4 of them. With up to 3 friends, the path to Elysium will feel just a little bit less daunting. This is Perish.
Murky deep, thy drenching ink immerse.
And our business is riches, noble guide.
By his strength did I endure until the Queen. They flee from our fury, and the fortress be ours. Ha ha ha! Lofgastum Ulfak!
Drowned the queen who dies a dream in darkness. We serve of clamoring which dreads a wailing carcass.
Cleveland, that was really awesome.
Thank you.
This is so cool. Like I've been saying, I've been really adamant about getting some things into Realms Deep that were not just boomer shooters, because we got lots of those and they're all great and all, but like there's so many cool games that I still like really, I think, fit the theme of what we're going for here. And your amazing retro real-time strategy RPG thing is perfect. And I had that short list and I was like, this game will be here. I have to make sure It Stares Back is in Realms Deep. And here we are. And I'm hoping people love that trailer as much as I did. But can you tell us a little bit about where this all came from for you?
Well, I love boomer shooters, so I'm just proud and happy to be amongst all of you. But It Stares Back comes from, if I had to pick an origin point for it, it would be playing Command & Conquer, like Red Alert 2 for the first time as a kid. RTS has been said by many to be a dead genre, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not dead, it's undead. And I'm ready to bring it back. The whole studio is, where, you know, there's still a lot of good RTS games out there, and it's nice to, you know, kind of breathe some life back into the community by and into the genre by injecting it with RPG and Metroidvania like mechanics.
Yeah, speaking of the RPG thing, like upgrading your little army, people who can like now do different things or have different abilities that maybe they didn't have before is really, really fun. And the other thing is, you're talking about Metroidvania, like how completely replayable every level is. I mean, I've beat the entire early access, and I'm now that I've seen the trailer for what's coming up, I need it like right now. But the missions are all so full of different tasks that you can do, and then you can't necessarily do it your first playthrough. But once you've leveled up, then you can come back and revisit that area and accomplish something different with the same, you know, piece of real estate. And to me, that's like chef's kiss. Wonderful. I'm really hoping that other people find it equally as awesome.
Oh yeah, and just wait till the next chapter too. We have some levels where you can just enter it and then leave onto the next place. You don't have to do anything there at all if you don't want to. We took a page out of open world games. We just love the idea of the player having a little bit more freedom and agency to pick up missions, decide when and what they want to do, or not be able to finish a mission until they come back with the ice armor or, you know, whatever else. That's always been something I've loved. There's a lot of Metroid-esque things in that for sure. In the aesthetic as well, with the electro fantasy vibes.
Very, very H.R. Giger-esque in many ways. But I love it. I can't wait for all the people who just saw it. They're probably wishlisting it right now and ignoring us. So let's move on to the next thing. Jahar, take it away. All right, I hope you all enjoyed that part of the show. It was really fun to see like all these crazy stuff going on with like myself talking to everyone. And I'm so sorry that we're cutting from me to me and then back to me and then back to me again. But the point is that coming up next, we have a really special segment sandwiched between a bunch of trailers. And Alex, could you please like tell us a little bit about it?
I don't really have a lot to say. We're about to burn a lot of bridges with Doom Daddy, but that's all I know.
So, what do you mean by Doom Daddy?
I guess we'll find out.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess for now it's back to me again. I got Project Downfall's Crimson Reaper right here for you to talk to, or for me to talk to you, and for all of you motherfuckers out there to listen. I'm really stoked about this one. This is a really unique, different kind of game. And we have so many different crazy ideas for what games could be in this this whole convention. Yours really stood out, man. What is Project Downfall about to you?
Right, thanks for having me. So, Project Downfall, in a nutshell, you could say it's a kind of unique mix of adventure and first-person perspective game. It takes place in the near-distant future when actually the European Union is in disarray and about to fall apart, and a new superpower is looming on the horizon, the Novorussia Federation, so something like a new Soviet Union. And, well, everything takes an unexpected turn once you one fateful day, and that will lead to one of the 12 outcomes.
So what to you makes Project Downfall like stand out amongst other FPS? I know what it does to me, but like for you.
Well, actually, the more you play, the first impression is that a lot of people just think Hotline Miami and FPS. Well, that looks can be deceiving because the game takes on something like a Dark Souls approach. You have the absolute freedom to do everything you want.
You did really well in the big indie pitch in Amsterdam 2020, and Project Downfall took #1. Why do you think that is?
Well, I suppose I was just we had like you mentioned, it was a pitch, so it was really short. We had to be put all the details in such a small time as possible. So I think the things that stood out most would be the dynamic music, because the game has music changes depending what is happening on screen, and the environment destruction, because I was always showing off the Tengu level, which is based on the tea house level from Hard Boiled, where there's like obliteration, ultra obliteration. You can destroy walls. It's like more like Rainbow Six Siege. Well, obviously not that budget, because we have no budget and our whole dev is 2 guys. So, but considering our manpower, I think we did pretty well. And obviously the other thing I think that they liked were how they didn't expect that so many actions would lead to so many different events and possibilities in the game.
I like that you said the level, the tea house level in Hard Boiled. I think you meant scene, but I'm totally on board with you. Yeah, exactly. That game is. You're fucking me up too. That movie has inspired so many cool games lately. Maximum Action. It's a harkening back to probably what was inspiring Shadow Warrior in the past. But one thing that you really mentioned that stuck with me was that your actions matter. This is not exactly typical for an indie game, especially not for an FPS. But do your actions really have consequences in Project Downfall? And can you provide any examples that might make me think otherwise to my original playthrough?
Oh, yeah. So as I know, you actually picked up the briefcase when you were going back home. So actually, if you took a different choice earlier, you would have gone down to an arcade parlor instead of the train station. Another thing, you met some NPCs earlier. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's say you killed them. The game would have gone down a completely different route in that case.
Well, I mean, we could talk about it all day. We could talk about it all day long, but let's show these people the trailer and see what they think.
anything cooking up in the future?
Sigil 2.
Sigil 2, that is going to happen?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, got a really cool map. It's so fun.
So will that be more
really good?
Will that be more Doom 1 or will Sigil 2 be Doom 2?
Oh no, it's only Doom 2. Yeah.
Nice. I'm very excited then. There we go. You heard it here, folks. Sigil 2 is a thing. Any kind of rough release dates or anything like that? Or is that very still cards close to chest?
Yeah, not really. I can't put a date on it. It's definitely didn't happen. It didn't happen. What was it? This year? Is it this? Yeah, this year. Wait a minute. Am I wrong? This year would be the 25th, right? Yeah, 25th.
Yeah, I think so.
Would it?
96?
No, it was 2019. It was 2019. Yeah, 2019 is when Doom 2 is. So I'm already a couple of years late.
30th anniversary then.
I think that it'll be worth it, like when it comes out, just because that's a lot of levels, and I want to make sure that they have a really good consistency and progression, and are just really challenging. They're fun to play, but it's kind of like a Doom 2 Doom 2 version of what you felt in some of those Sigil levels.
Would you say it'll be harder or easier than Plutonia? Or about that? Because Plutonia is still pretty spicy. I think that's kind of the benchmark for old, hard Doom.
Yeah. I'd say, well, I don't know. I would compare it to Sigil 1, the Doom 2 version. It's got to be really hard for me to finish.
Yep. Very exciting. That's awesome.
Well, if it isn't my favorite podcast guest, how are you, Mike?
I am doing well, thank you. Hi.
So we are, I guess, debuting the reveal trailer of Star Explorers 5.0 here today. Can you tell us a little bit about the updates and what you're excited about?
That is correct. So Star Explorers, it's been a long ongoing project for me since 2013. And I think maybe 8 months ago, I released the 4.0 update. So I've been updating it ever since it was released in 2016. But I got a lot of critical feedback over the years. And I'm trying to get all of those technical issues taken care of, as well as adding a lot of new features. A lot more variety to the different kinds of planets you can explore, a little more sort of emergent events that can happen, unexpected things to surprise you as a player. And, things like meteor showers and tornadoes and alien cities to explore and things like that. And, yeah.
This is easily one of the coolest games that's ever been anywhere near me. I love Star Explorers, and I love you, obviously. Fangirl moment, for Realms Deep, I guess. If there's one that I'm just like, I will die on this hill. It is Star Explorers. I want everyone to know about it. I want the whole world to hit Motherlode seal of approval. If you like me, check this game out. And if you hate me, still check this game out. Mike's nothing like me. So I'm stoked, man. I'm really proud of you. We had you last year. This year we're really, I guess, seeing sort of closer to the finished product, like something that's really tangible. And
well, yeah, last year I was working with Paradox Vector and just finishing that up. And then I decided, because of Realms Deep, because of a lot of the positive feedback that came out of it, I was surprised. Like, people were more excited about Star Explorers. I really realized, like, I have something that I can focus on there. Because I had kind of moved away from it for a bit.
This game has been a journey for you, obviously, and it's been a journey for me. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are about to see this trailer and go on that same journey along with us. It's fantastic. And I wish them the best of luck, not running out of Ignixium crystals and being stranded in space to die in the cold, hard, well, I was going to say the world, but the universe.
Uncaring cosmos of Star Explorers. That was one of my favorite reviews from a player. It was like, the universe in Star Explorers is not cruel, but it just doesn't care about you.
So, I forgot what I was supposed to ask. Alec, can you whisper in? They won't even notice.
Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Okay, we're not live right now, Al? Okay.
Oh yeah, when is Wrath coming out?
Right. So about Wrath, a lot of you guys have been waiting for an update, and I'll give it to you straight, and then we're not gonna make it for summer. And I know Chad is probably gonna go crazy right now, but that's just how it is. We are working every single fucking day on this. and I've never seen anyone work as hard as the Raft team. They are brilliant people, and because we're working so hard on it, that's because we want it to be the best game possible for you guys. There's going to be some changes. There have been some changes already. There's going to be more. One of the reasons why this has taken so long is because of the world situation. We're in a pandemic. A lot of our team has been severely affected by the pandemic. We are in a much better place now. We're working hard every day. And a lot of people on Twitter, like, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm the one controlling the 3D Realms Twitter, the Raft Twitter, the Iron Fury Twitter, all that kind of shit. And what we're gonna do now, because so many of you guys are asking us, hey, are you still working on Raft? What the fuck is happening? Yes. And to keep you guys in the loop, from now on, we're gonna do bi-weekly updates where I'm gonna be posting, hey, today, this week, or these 2 weeks, we've done this and this and this. And that way you guys will see we are actively working on it. And sometimes we might write, yeah, we scrapped this because it just wasn't working. But we want to be as transparent with you guys as possible because we haven't been as transparent as we could be. That's going to change. I'm not a developer. I don't know what coding is and shit like that, but I'm in the loop with Raft, and I've never seen anything like it. It looks fucking awesome. You guys have a lot to look forward to, but it has to be the best game possible. And if that means waiting an extra month for some months, I don't know when, then that's gonna happen. Yeah.
I've always been in agreement with that. In entirety, that's the entire theme of In the Keep podcast, really, is just like supporting developers and making sure that we understand and have transparency with what they want and everything.
Yeah.
And for me, I would always rather have the best game possible than a shitty game that comes out.
Isn't there a meme about that, actually?
Yes. It's so prevalent. It's like this crunch culture, and we don't practice that here. I've actually been upset the whole time I've been in Denmark because I'm like, I want to work on Realms Deep, and Fred's like, no, we have to go fucking ride in the Ferrari and drink boomer juice and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's actually quite a beautiful thing that you guys are not harassing them and making them work extreme hours.
Exactly.
And
even if we aren't harassing them and working extreme hours, they really are doing a lot. Like, they are, I wouldn't say crunching because that's a bad word, but they are working.
What did Dave Oshry call it? Accelerated development process.
Shout out. But yeah, that's, it's fucking crazy. You guys have a lot to look forward to when it's coming out. But yeah.
Yes, and we have another segment coming up as well.
Yeah, that we also have to look forward to.
We have a game that we all know and love. I'm not going to say the name of it because you'll see it as soon as we're done here. And then you'll also see my best friends over at Hyperstrange. And yeah, we have a bit of a segment for you. So stay tuned, and I hope you're enjoying Realms Deep. Osric, this is pretty cathartic, man. Last time we did a recording together, you were just like this little indie game that could, like, I was like, I don't know if this will ever be anything or not, but hell, let's give it a shot. And then this year you were on the poster of the whole event, and you got this crazy cool deal working with 1C Publishing. How are you feeling?
Overwhelmed. It's we've been bouncing all over the place, trying to tackle 30 things at once. And not too long ago, we just released the game into early access, which is the entirety of Chapter 1. And yeah, it's been a mix of trying to keep on top of updating that and working on Chapter 2 stuff.
I'm pretty stoked just to see like what you're going to be showing off and everything. This is like I said, it's cathartic. I was like blown away by how much love that you got last year, and not in a bad way. I mean, I already liked Viscera Fest, but just the crazy amount of community support and the love of the characters too. I think that's a big part of what makes this specific thing that we're doing, this Realms Deep thing, so special. Is that, I mean, 3D Realms is known for its amazing, like, relatable characters, and your game is so driven by that it was just kind of hard to ignore. It was obviously part of the family, and yeah, here we are.
Yeah, it's been really strange because I don't think it's quite settled in just how much it's blown up. Because especially with our community, at least, things still feel a bit small and focused on a fair group of people on both our Discord and our Twitter. But yeah, it definitely has been kind of strange moving from like just last year. Probably we only had like 300 people in our Discord, and I think we're going on like 4,000 now. And same thing on Twitter. Like it blew up like all at once, and even shortly after Realms Deep, once he had reached out to us to ask for a publishing deal, pretty much unprompted. I think Fred had basically thrown around the idea that they were going shopping for games last Realms Deep to us on the dev side, and then like out of the blue, they wanted to have a Skype call with all of us, and they're basically like, "Hey, we want to publish your game." And then probably 3-4 months of negotiating, and then we ended up striking the deal with them, and then a few months later, we released the early access.
Well, I am super stoked for you, man. As always, you know, I love you, and I love what you do. And congratulations on everything. But for now, let's roll the trailer and see what people think.
Intruder. You're outnumbered and outgunned. There is no escape.
Bring it on. Let's get dangerous. Now sit down.
Wake up.
Once you're dead, your soul moves on where it's supposed to. Heaven or hell. At least that's what the preacher used to say on the rare days when he was sober. I reckon my twisted soul may stick around a little longer. Because there is nowhere to move on to anymore. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. So, it's just me, my gun, and whatever is out there. Time to paint the world dark red. Wishlist now.
In the distant future, as the omnipotent PTC Corporation reigns on Earth, last freedom seekers embark on deep space terraforming missions. An engineer arrives on Methuselah, her new frontier, a planet 12,000 light-years away from PTC's clutches. But as an anomaly destabilizes the Methuselah's Fluxgate, a monstrous horde pours in. Massacre ensues. Our heroine is scared and outnumbered, but she is not outgunned. Supplies. Endure, adapt, strike back. Wishlist now on Steam.
Lost your goddamn minds? You idiots are gonna pay for shooting up my... What the hell? Ugly motherfucker. Shit.
Skullstone, that ugly magic piece of rock looming over our mining village. My village. It was dormant for centuries, but now it awakens. Just my luck, eh? Ancient evil returns, as it always does. Monstrosities from the dark realms below plague our mines and the surface. They eat my villagers. This is a big problem, you see. I like my mines operational. I prefer most of my men not to be eaten, but in my whole life I've never had a problem that a hefty pouch of gold and jewels wouldn't solve. That's where you hired blades come in. You will walk into the darkness, literally. Bring some torches, find your way below, just mind the traps. Send those monsters back to where they came from. They deserve no mercy. Solve the secrets of the Underrealm. There's glory in it for you. And you can keep half of the treasures you find down there. Get to work, adventurers. You've got a dungeon to crawl. Skullstone. Wishlist now on Steam.
Time here. What do you got to say?
Look. I've been thinking a lot about what happened last year, and it's Realms Deep time again. So this seemed like the appropriate time to just fucking sit down with you and try to make this work.
Oh yeah. Why don't we relitigate this? What happened last year?
I don't want this to be adversarial, man.
You nearly killed me with a shovel, man. I got major concussion problems now.
I know I can never fully make it up to you. I know I caused you a lot of pain, and I just want you to try to put yourself in my shoes and think about the position I was in.
I don't know what position you're in. Tell me what position. You didn't tell me last year.
Look, you've been in this business for 20 years, dude, and I'm just making my way into it, and I had to try to find a way to prove myself.
I've told you before, there's one easy way to get anything out of me. Right here.
Well, and I deserve that, but the thing is, I know we say I regret nothing, you know, all that kind of shit, and the truth is that I really do. I feel bad about what I did, and I shouldn't have taken advantage of you like that.
So what are you gonna do about it?
I brought you a small peace offering. It's just a little gift. I hope.
Small enough to fit in this bag, yeah. Yeah, I guess that works.
Thank you.
All right, man, I'm gonna go get you a drink. If you want to check out the pool, the views, I'll be right back.
Thank you, man. I feel a lot better.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Fuck you! Fucking hit me over the head with a fucking shovel.
Dude.
Think you can get away with this little fucking pink package?
I fucking tried.
Yeah. Well, you know what's coming next?
What?
Shit.
Mike, no. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Over.
Hey, me, Alex!
Fucking over. Fuck
Please.
you! Fuck Fred! And fuck the reading around!
Vince? Vince? What the actual fuck? What is this shit? This was supposed to be an intro cutscene. I told you guys letting this Polish sweatshop make the game was a bad idea. Eastern Bloc, come on, haven't you learned anything? Wait, the hell? I sound like a lame YouTube machinima. Vince, get me my voice, or so help me. What do you mean, just a demo? Yeah. I don't give a damn. My contract says, voiced by. Hell, you know what my contract says. Get me my voice.
Oh, that's a little bit better, I guess. So, Vince, what's up with that demo thing? Like, I'm here, I'm wearing the sissy hospital gown, looking like an idiot, and there's, like, literally nothing here. Zero effort. Yeah, like I'm here, and the place is just empty. So unprofessional. No, wait, someone's here. No, it's okay, I'll handle that. Hey, you! Yeah, you! Over there! Are you here for... Shit, come closer! I'm not gonna shout. Okay, close enough. Now shut up and listen. I'm gonna break the fourth wall with you. You're here for the intro, asshole? Tough luck. This is it. Those hyper-strange bastards making this game got nothing done. We gotta improvise. I'm just gonna tell you what the intro would have been. If I was working with professionals. My lips aren't even moving. The game is called Postal, Brain Damaged. The entire shtick is that it all happens in a damaged brain. Mine. Sort of like a messed up dream. So I'm just gonna tell you my dream, and you flex that imagination muscle. We see planet Earth drifting through the black void of space, a demonic sigil burned in its surface. I look down upon it, standing vigil in my orbital space castle ship fortress thing. I'm listening to a woman crying for help over the radio. I know the demonic forces are butt-humping my planet, and I am pissed as hell. I grab my super-duper shotgun and exactly 3 out of 6 available shells. That's not enough, but that's okay. I also have my trusty wrist blade. Then I put on my iconic helmet. As the portal leading to Earth's surface powers up, I feel my huge dick pushing against the inside of my suit of tech armor. I'm ready. I reload my gun, and What? Damn it, Vince, I was in the zone. Yeah, I was telling this here dumbass about the dream. What do you mean, wrong dream? Oh yeah, damn shame. That could have made a pretty decent game, like 85 plus Metascore. So which dream are we? What the fuck? Hey there, I'm Corey Cruz, and recently, after losing my long-time brain cell-destroying rock radio gig to COVID-19, I'm left with pretty much being just a starving voice actor now. So thank you very much, coronavirus. You can suck it all the way. And of course, you can only ride something like those super high fumes of being a former postal dude for so long, and that's where I'm at now. So therefore, I'm really grateful to Running with Scissors and Hyperstrange, because they have determined in their infinite non-wisdom that I am just the right amount of damaged to be a part of their new game. Brain Damaged. That's Postal Brain Damaged. So that's something to be super stoked about. I'm happy to once again be semi-relevant, let's say, and be a part of the postal community in manners such as this. So since I've got you here, and the Running with Scissors money pretty much gone, and these Hyperstrange guys, well, they pay in freaking
Polish groszy or something like that. So, if you wouldn't mind, please subscribe to my OnlyFans page. That would be great. All right, Corey Cruz for Realms Deep 2020. Right, make that 2021. And I'm out. See ya.
I regret nothing.
Oh, there you are. You okay, buddy? Dude? Hey. Furniture.
What's the next segment?
I actually don't know.
Jahar, what's the next segment?
John Romero!
Oh, yeah, John
Romero is up next. We're going to dry tie off while we're doing that.
We got Father John and Bridge Burner, and it's going to be a thing.
You are so... Ugh.
I'm producer of Burning Bridges with Bridge Burner podcast. You should check it out at hellforgestudios.com. Also, all the games that they showed off earlier are there. Running with Scissors is great, and I'm really, really happy to be involved in all things Hyper Strange and Postal. Brain Damage is going to be awesome, and yeah.
Do you need a hug?
Throw to the fucking tape.
Tape.
Bye.
Please.
Yeah, no, very awesome to have you. You know, one of the godfathers of the genre. You know, you look at your early works. You got Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake. 3 pretty iconic IPs that really made a massive mark on the gaming world. What was one thing from each of those games that you think they did like uniquely well, like something specific to each one?
Let's see. Early works. Let's see. Wolfenstein was my 87th game. So there was a lot of level design before Wolfenstein.
Okay.
So it was smart that we used the same level editor to make Wolfenstein's levels the same one that we used to make Commander Keen's levels, all the 7 Commander Keen games.
Okay, that's
so yeah, the level editor had 33 shipped commercial games made with it.
I didn't realize there was that much beforehand.
Yeah. Wolfenstein's game number 87 for me. I started making games in 79, so I made games, for a while, 13 years before Wolfenstein. And like getting the engine to the speed that it was pretty great, considering it was our 3rd first-person shooter at that time. We'd made 2 before Wolfenstein. We were trying to replicate the original Castle Wolfenstein from 1981 and just do it in 3D. And we started putting a bunch of stuff from the original game in there. And at one point, we decided we need to remove anything from this game that slows it down.
Yep.
Because the speed was unlike anything that anyone had seen before. So slowing the game down wouldn't be as impressive as keeping up that speed as much as possible. So we removed all of those things that were like the original Wolfenstein and just focused on just speed and mowing down Nazis. So that's basically the smartest thing that we did, I think. So that was Wolfenstein's decisions. And Doom's decisions, well, that game did so many things. There's not even one thing that you can say we did best on Doom. Maybe multiplayer could be considered probably the biggest thing that's still happening today. Multiplayer gaming, multiplayer FPSs. That was the first one. So that was probably the biggest decision. It was funny because it was one of the last things we put in the game was multiplayer. So
it was a good one. It was a good one. A good one to slip in there at the end.
And then with Quake, what was the best thing we did with Quake? internet multiplayer.
Yep.
Probably it's the thing that everybody's still doing. It was also the first full 3D texture map shooter that was super fast. So those were kind of the two big things that
like that
to look around.
Having that multiplayer component just extends the replayability of a product so much. And people still playing Quake 1 in classic Doom tournaments today. It's still a small but pretty thriving community, even almost 3 decades later.
Yeah.
Which
is crazy.
Good decisions.
Yeah.
Warfork tournaments and leagues hosted by In The Keep are coming soon. Stay tuned.
So many years have passed. So many lives have been lost, and so much blood has been shed into the grindhouse. The grindhouse of Totlma, the Order's city and bastion. Now, our Brotherhood's final hope, scavenging like a rat for water, for anything, for vengeance. The Solosi, they await us.
not just any adventure, but an adventure into the past and into the far future. Battle the gods and prove your worth in Anopec, only on Steam.
Trust is just another word for faith. It's just as blind, no matter the circumstance.
Oh no! It's a big, scary beast! We're dead!
So, you're the so-called Angel of Death? Wolves have no place in a jungle.
Tonight, no bear witness to a terrible reprisal!
The last wolf hurried toward me, and I heard his baying echoes.
My name was prescribed at birth. My soul predicament.
You're in my world now. And in my world, you don't exist.
Scumhead Vomitorium is out now. People can play it. It's been a long haul. This is like your dream game, man. Beksinski and all that shit. This game is dope. It's one big interconnected map in GZ Doom. What the fuck? How did you do it?
Well, first I'll say I never want to do it again. We destroyed the engine. I am shocked it runs at all. I had to ask for help from like 8 different people to get things to work. So I don't know how I did it. I just decided to do it, and it ended up working out in the end, but it is definitely not something I would ever do again. The whole one map thing.
Why? Is it just in GZ Doom? Is that the problem, or?
Okay, if you want to put a whole world on one map, you're going to be using a lot more resources than when you just would break it up into several different maps. So we have hit the actor limit, we've hit the ambient sound limit. Things are breaking if you put things too far, so I've had to like crunch and change things constantly. Not a good idea, but it's a fun challenge.
And you're proud of the game that you've released at this point?
Well,
don't say no.
I won't say no. I would say that I've learned so much from the project because it was a lot more of an overtime thing than like my usual 1 to 3 month type project that whatever I make next, I am looking forward to because I've learned a lot from this. I want to do this again, but much better and not on one map. So the game can be, what I would like it to be fully.
I am stoked, and many, many other people are stoked about Vomitorium. It's been legendary, so to speak. We've been listening to you yammer on about this game for quite a while now, and it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Some of your Kickstarter people are like itching, all this time to play it, and here it is, and it's fucking awesome. let's roll a trailer. Welcome back
to Realms Deep.
So we have the map jam coming up next, and I'm really super stoked about this. Alex, have you actually played any of the maps that are being shown off?
I don't play first-person shooter games.
What, really?
I don't know why Fred hired me, because I get extremely nauseous from anything first-person. Like the other day, it's a lie. I did play one map here at the office, and I had to go lay down for 30 minutes afterwards because I felt so sick. Yeah. So
if you guys are not tracking, in the vault, you can actually find the download links to all of the amazing maps that were made by there were so many people that turned stuff in. I think one that was really amazing to me was Major Arlene's Doom map that was really cool, and I just can't wait for everyone to go check it out and see what's going on.
I may not have played them, but we do know someone who has. He took an all-nighter the other day. That's our own Jihar. Jihar. So I think we should hear what he has to say about them.
Let's roll.
Hey, this is your friendly neighborhood Jihar here, and thank you everybody who submitted maps to the first ever Realms Deep map jam. We left it really open-ended because we didn't know what kind of maps we could expect to get, what kind of games to get them for, and I'm really glad personally that it went that way because we got the craziest variety, as you'll soon see. So thank you again. Can't wait to do this again. And go out and find the secrets, the Realms Deep secrets, embedded in each and every map. Just good luck installing. Well, take a look. Hey, we got imps on a balcony. Classic. Oh, fuck. Asswang.
This'll make a mess.
I don't know. I don't think the aliens can deal with a pipe wrench. There we go. Shit. What a time to be alive. Playing in a Doom engine against Quake enemies with models and Quake champions' abilities. And the architecture's pretty good too. Quit shooting me. I'm trying to appreciate the ambiance. Oh my god, it's full of crates. It's nothing but crates. It's crates all the way up, crates all the way down. It's incredible how polished this is. Ooh. Oh. Rise of the Triad, folks. Kinda. This is Rise of the Triad 2013. Are you kidding me? What is going on? It's gorgeous. What? Fuck your table. Oh, right, dudes, yeah. God, it's beautiful. And it just keeps expanding as well. Oh, there's so much of it. Jimmy, you are a master. And I suck. It is the year of our Lord 2021, and you can play 4 new levels of Supernova's Arcreedy and get demolished by sheep. Yeah. Realms Deep, everybody. I'm not even mad. This is amazing. Oh, man. This new level by Major Arlene is off the chain. This might legitimately be the most Quake-like Dusk level I've ever played. And it's not just because of the textures, like actual enemy placement. Oh man, between a new port and custom levels, this is turning out to be a really good time for Power Slave, Exhumed, whatever you call it. I call it a really good time. Okay, everybody who wanted to play Turok inside of Ion Fury, you've got your wish, you weirdos. It's actually quite good. Alright, this is what I'm talking about for a map jam. Doom 2, tons of enemies, and invulnerability spheres. So, happy Realms Deep, everybody.
The game Postal is creating such a backlash that it's making obviously the game is not for children.
You are full of shit. Going postal.
Welcome back, everybody. Another school shooting, and people are asking, how could this happen? Do we live in a culture that promotes and even glorifies violence in video games and in the movies?
Going postal has taken root as a slang phrase for going more than just a bit berserk. Tonight, it's at the heart of a controversial new video game where carnage is the key to winning.
There's a new game in town that has U.S. mail carriers, their bosses, friends, and families, shall we say, a little ticked off.
Violent video and computer games are taking a new disturbing turn. Instead of warriors battling warriors, the victims are innocent bystanders. The game Postal is creating such a backlash that it's making headlines in newspapers all around the country, like the Wall Street Journal. You can't take a look at this, everybody.
We wanted to do a game where you basically can just go off non-stop and shoot.
You talk about how realistic it is, and then now you're trying to say that it looks like a cartoon. I've seen your game.
What we've done, Jake,
I still think it has no redeeming value.
What's the deal here? Where's the hypocrisy? Where's the honesty? Oh, well, we don't do stories. Well, then basically you are fake news. You are full of shit.
You know, if I had something to say, I would say to the city or to the state or to Congress to eliminate these violent games, because it does cause things in our children.
Something about being able to, take your friend, blow its head off. All we need is one kid who absorbs this, and even going out and doing some of these things.
It is impossible for me to go into every home and do what every parent should be doing.
Best reaction today was from this girl. She goes to me, she goes, well, this game's horrible. I'm like, that's the point.
I remember politicians coming out and, Grand Theft Auto and Post, and I'm thinking, you've never played a video game like this in your life.
It's the game that some say everyone wanted to make, but no one had the balls to make.
The world's psycho. I mean, there's school shootings all the time. There is violence abound. There's never going to be a time where there's not going to be some sort of violent act in the world where Postal is going to be okay to you. Like, you just have to be okay with Postal.
Going postal. Going postal. Going postal.
Hi there. Would you like to sign my petition?
Don't go there.
I
again. Always bring the best of being everybody's friend. If I tied this noose, would you pry it loose or just push me off the edge? I'd rather feel nothing, since no one can see me anyway. To stay here in silence, since no one will hear me anyway. It seems like I'm the enemy to myself. I need help, I'm in hell. Don't tell me.
Please no.
It's a good day to die.
I regret everything. I regret everything I ever done.
Toilet, which is the theme of Realms Deep this year. So I guess you just get to fucking sneak in, man. Tell us about Egg Wife. How did you come up with this fucking nightmare of a fucking hell scheme of a game?
That's the worst question you could have asked. So I make music primarily for a living, and the character 77p Egg was like a dumping ground for all the shit music I make. And it was designed by a friend of mine. And we basically thought to ourselves, what if we made a shitty like video game in like one day? And 6 years later,
you made a shitty game.
it's come way too far. And yeah.
It's so cool. It's actually really cool. I've seen the trailer multiple times, and I'm looking forward to, at the end of this little segment here, people seeing it for themselves. But like, I mean, I love this kind of humor. This is speaking to the right audience. You nailed it because you snuck in. You weren't just like one of the initial people that were like reaching out to. You like somehow found us through some cybernetic crazy way, and good for you. You know, you're awesome. But the gameplay looks awesome. It's an FPS. It's got like actual badass movement and
no, I'm really
firepower.
Like, despite the fact that it's supposed to be shit humor and janky, I'm trying like to get it feeling good. So
I didn't mean to describe your entire game as shit. Your game is good. It's the theme is poop.
Yeah, no, it's one big toilet. That's basically it.
So, as a musician, though, like, how did you tackle the project? What was it that you were like trying to accomplish here?
As a musician,
well, you said you make the music. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So, yeah, my primary job is I'm a music producer. So, yeah, like that doesn't really tie in very much with it, apart from I am making the music with it. But I was just like, yeah, I've always wanted to make a game. Unreal Engine looks easy. Let's give it a shot. And you know, I've always loved things like Postal, Duke Nukem, things like that, but also the nice movement of newer games. So just wanted to bring all those things together.
So separate from the fact that you're a musician, you tackled this project as a game designer.
Yeah, this is the first thing that I've done apart from some shitty Game Maker thing in like 2005.
That's fucking impressive, man. Like, you're just going in.
Well, I'm not the only one on the project. I do have a friend working on it. It wouldn't be fair to say it's just me, but I'm like the lead designer, I guess. Creative force.
Well, I am, having seen this maybe too many times, looking forward to other people seeing your trailer and how they react to it. So let's see what they think.
It isn't easy losing a wife. When is the right time to move on? When is the right time to look for love? These are the questions that have been plaguing my mind ever since the accident, many hours ago. I think today is the day. The day I find a new wife. How hard could it be?
The Brexit 2.0 referendum for Great Britain to leave planet Earth has passed.
I should have fucking voted.
And of course, there'll be sport.
So Alec has chocolate in their mouth, and probably can't talk too much. So we'll just have to just roll with it.
No, I'm done. Don't worry.
We've got one last big segment coming up with another world premiere involved in it. So hopefully you all enjoy that. But the main things that I want to say are thank you to everyone for tuning in to Realms Deep. This has been absolutely incredible for me, for everyone that's sitting around behind us. Cheers! Even Greg, who got busted up. Sorry, but the trailers have to be in on time. Dave Oshry knows that.
It'll come. His trailer will be here next year.
Okay, next year.
He's learned halfway.
Dave, you're on thin fucking ice.
Yes, and we've got several more really awesome projects to show off right now. One of them makes me feel super buff, and one of them makes me say...
With your chicken arms? Okay.
One of them makes me say, I love Dina. And I'm really, just personally, really happy to have shown off Stellar Valkyrie today, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of what you see from In the Keep, from 3D Realms, from Slipgate Iron, and from all the amazing indie devs and other studios that we've been working with today. Realms Deep kicks ass, and I hope you've enjoyed it.
Are you done?
No?
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Follow me.
Affirmative. Copy that. Roger.
The underworld is dying. Our heritage, swallowed and mutilated by tendrils of chaos. This is our final stand. They ruined our world. Now, make them pay.
So, here we are. Just the two of us. No one else is watching.
Okay, perfect.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to talk about my game.
I mean, obviously we have a special bond. I've already gotten the chance to talk to Tony
No
about
idea
this.
what you're talking about.
Yes. And I'm probably not as stoked as you are because this is your baby, but I am absolutely ecstatic to talk about Call of Sir Ragnar. This is our moment. This is what we worked for, man. This is what we did. We did this together with Ben and Tony.
That's
And
nice.
Can you? Well, I didn't do anything actually, but what can you tell us about your influence from Betrayal at Krondor and how it has manifested itself in your dream to create Call of Sir Ragnar?
Oh my god, Betrayal at Krondor. It's an obsession in my life. I started playing it when I was, 13, 14. I barely knew any English, so I played with a dictionary. And no game came out since anything similar to it, or if it did, it was a terrible game. So the lack of Betrayal at Krondor likes made me want to make Call of Ragnar, to tell my story in a world, in a game similar to that, because there was nothing similar out there. So yeah,
It's such a special experience for you, obviously, but like Sir Ragnar is taking your nostalgia, like the things that you remember and that you love about Call of Sir Ragnar, all of the great gameplay mechanics, all of the puzzles, all of the tropes, and bringing it to a modern audience, making it something that is tangible and is something that people can put their hands on today and say, like, this is the experience that I've always wanted, but I never knew it was even available to me. And it wasn't, other than going back and playing a game that, to be fair, be mad at me if you want, is largely inaccessible to a younger person.
it is. I won't deny it. It's an old game. It has outdated controls. It's outdated graphics, so it's hard to get into. But if you put your time into it, you'll experience something that no other game can provide.
But for the people watching right now, if you are looking for something that will give you the feeling and the experience and the beauty that was Betrayal at Krondor, look no further. We've got a trailer for you right now. Suck it. It's combustion. The game is called...
Oh, hey! Are people still watching? I guess everyone left. Well, that gives me an opportunity to have a little one-on-one talk with all of you amazing people watching this year. I hope you really enjoyed Realms Deep 2021. We tried to put as many awesome things in there as we possibly could. Here at the finishing line, I'd love to say a few words to our incredible crew. As you might already know, Realms Deep is run by a fantastic volunteer crew. The whole event is a non-profit event, and the sole purpose of it was to present and showcase a lot of the games that don't have a fighting chance at many of the large-scale game shows that you see out there. And we really wanted to help as many of these developers out as possible. I hope you also liked what you saw from us. And here at the end of the show, we do have one last thing to show you. A really cool little game that we think you guys will like a lot. So thank you so much for joining Realms Deep this year. Next year is going to be absolutely insane, and I can't wait to see you all there. Thank you so much for watching. So Ty, how did you like the show this year? This was pretty damn cool, right? That's why we, by the way, we're not on microphone. Are we on microphone?
It's fine.
That's fine.
Let it ride.
Cue the marketing music.
Thank you everyone for tuning in.